Reedy Peters just joined Highway Patrol.
Reet Peter, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Thank you for the Prime resub for 33 months. Much appreciated. We are going to try... Let's see. Let's make some goals tonight, shall we? Alright, so I made this goals thing. Oh my gosh, that's way too big. Shrink that a little bit. Okay, so I made this goal thing. While I'm playing, I can like check it off, but I could also tinker with it. Do. Oops, what did that do? Whoa. Alright, that's way too tiny. I can't even see what I'm looking at. We need to make it bigger than that. Let's see. That is gold. How about something like that? We could always just move it slightly. Like that. Check name, verify passport. So these are the goals. We're gonna do some vibe coding tonight. We're gonna try to make a perfect AI border guard that can do these things better than we can. That's the goal. Can we do it? I don't know. We're gonna try. I gotta kind of turn it down a little bit. It's a little loud. Too loud, too quiet. There we go. That's probably better. Okay. So, let's see. Sorry, that's my computer. Extract here. Hiccup again. Okay. Hold my breath. Okay, so how do I honestly can't even remember how to get back to Ader. Let's see if we can even remember how to do this. Alright, we're gonna close out of the cookbook. How do we even close it? I forget. I actually forgot how to close it. New file. Close window. Close folder. Okay. We're gonna open folder. I guess we'll make a new folder. I'll put this into my tools. New folder. Contraband police. V1. Okay, so I don't want to use Copilot. Hey, Purple, by the way, how you doing? Let's see. Open view. Man, it's been a while. It's been a minute. It's been a minute since I've been in here. Let me see if I can remember how to do it. View terminal. Git bash. Aider -- model / Aider. No. Aider -- model Gemini. Newer version of Aider is available. Run this command to update. Okay. Okay, I understand. I will wait for your request. Did you do it? I don't think you did it. Okay, there we go. I should have done that in PowerShell. Alright, we're just gonna wait for that. Hope everyone had a good weekend. I am exhausted. I have put a new walkway in front of my house, and I've been power washing my house. Whew. Do what you can do. Tools. Contraband police. Okay. Failed to remove contents. Okay. Okay. And successfully installed Aider. Cool. I'm guessing I probably have to close this and reopen it. Close folder. Close window. VS Code. Hopefully with that we can... Okay. Open. Shit. Tools. Contraband Police version 1. Okay. A 20 stream streak. Nice. Shoot them all. Do not pass go. What did it just crash? Where did VS Code just go? VS Code, I wasn't done with you. VS Code, are you still open somewhere? It's closed. VS Code. Okay, well. I guess that was just a honest-to-goodness crash, I hope. Hope it's not to do with the new version of Aider I just installed. Oh, okay, it looks like I had to update something. Fair enough. Alright, let's try this again. Open folder. Okay, it's gonna be... E drive. Tools. Contraband Police version 1. Okay, and then we're gonna go to... Git bash Aider -- model Gemini. Okay. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna turn the goals off temporarily. They're not really going to be relevant to see anyway right now. In VS Code, how do I add?
Cabos A3 has just joined Highway Patrol.
Caboose, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate that very much. Hey, Fire Tick. All these subs are rolling in. My goodness.
Firetick has just joined Highway Patrol.
Thank you for the support. Hope you had a great weekend. Sorry for the late start today. I know I'm not starting at my normal time, and I'm not doing my normal content, obviously, for obvious reasons. Stuff going on right now, so I miss Chef Ripley. I miss the way things were, too. I wish think we could go back, but things are the way they are right now. We have to make the best of it somehow.
Cabos A3 gifted a tier 1.
Would you like to see what's new in this version? No. Caboose, thank you for the gifted sub. That's very kind of you. I appreciate it. Sub count is down bad right now, so every single sub matters a lot. Every sub always matters a lot, but... let's see. So, /add. So I'm gonna do /add. Does that work? You can add it to Git with /git add. I have revised the instructions. Open the Aider chat window /add. Follow it with the complete file path. The folder you want to include. You can do git add. Don't. / okay. No match. Cannot create file with wildcard characters. But why not, though? Have you considered I want you to? Alright, I'm trying to add a folder. You cannot add a folder to Aider without it being a Git repository. Okay. Alright, so it says I should do new terminal, navigate to this folder. Copy that. Okay. I'm ready for your request. /add. Git init. Empty response received. Check your provider account. Okay. Add. Okay. Get in it. Reinitialize existing game partner. Git add. Did I do that right? Apparently I did not. Okay. I can't tell if it's doing it. Okay. Yep. Okay. After you've done these steps, you can go back to Aider and type /command/add. Okay. /add. Okay. What is the /add command that I use in Aider? Hey, Storm, how you doing? Hey, and I saw Vet Raptor as well. I'm in. Okay. Okay, path your file. Okay. So if the folder I want to add is all right. I don't think it worked. We're not off to a great start. All right. Okay. Okay. Okay, that's not working. So, as a reminder, it'll only work if you first the shovel to Git repository. If you haven't done that yet, Aider will give you the it's not a Git. Fix that. You'd first need to run these commands in your VS Code terminal. So, add command prompt, I think. Okay. Yep. Did you do that? You didn't do it. I probably need to do cd g cd g cd. Come on, you do this. This is like the easiest thing you can do. Okay. Why? What are you doing? Huh? This is one line. Okay, one file changed. Okay, did it work? I don't know. Doesn't look like it. Paste. CD. Okay, so. Okay, CDG. Change directory, dude. What are you doing? Why can't you change the directory? I don't know what's going on with this thing. It's very picky. Why is it changing to... It's still in the E drive. I don't know what's going on. This stupid thing's still in the E drive. Anybody who knows what they're doing is probably pulling their hair out looking at this. This has got to be irritating. CDG. Hey, Eldrick, how you doing? Slash add all added kit. Okay, whatever. All right, let's go a different. Let's take a different route. Okay. Okay. I am trying to vibe code the creation of a new Python tool using Aider. Can you provide me with a series of prompts that ensures that I will have the highest chance of Aider producing a stable and functional tool? Functional, very functional. The criteria for the tool are as follows. Please ensure the prompts will make the tool hit these targets. 1. The tool will specifically for a game called Contra and Police. The point of the tool is that FYI, if you want to switch drives, you have to go to do CD / then drive letter column. I was doing that, wasn't I? Was I not doing that? CD then drive letter. Was I? I'm sure I was I'm pretty sure I was doing that. Hang on. Was that what I did? Yeah. Yeah, that's what I did a bunch of times. A bunch of times. Pretty sure. Maybe I messed up the syntax. I do that a lot. Okay, the point of the tool is to create an AI border guard who will check the information of the people coming through the checkpoint to verify them for accuracy. The objects of the inspection as follows. You gotta go to the base directory first and not use CD. You just put drive letter. I thought, well, I already closed the other one. Yeah, let's try, so can I do that in Aider? I'm into PowerShell right now. So first I gotta go CD. Okay, so I'm at the drive letter. So you're saying CDG : okay. Then CD folder. Okay. /add. Okay. I actually don't know if Aider knows or cares about that. So then if I do git init and git add it's not doing anything. Okay. Well. Nothing to commit. Okay. /add. Oops. hate when I copy and paste the wrong thing. I thought I just pasted the, oh, it doesn't add that to my, okay. I'm trying to add that folder to Aider so Aider can, like, use it as sort of a starting point, but I've got like a beta that I wanted to sort of build off of. It's already got some function, but it doesn't matter. If I can't use it, I'll just start from scratch. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. It's just, I'd like to start with it because it's a really good starting point. So slash add, wait, what? Slash add directory is not in a Git. Okay, well I definitely added that, so. Okay, the objects in this section are as follows. I was using ChatGPT 5 for a 3D application. It worked really well. It was absolutely awful with Python, though. I don't know why. I like using Python. I mean, when I say using, I mean like a child drawing with crayons, but still. Okay. Check. Name is correct. Name matches on ID card. Passport and cargo list. Applicable. Any spelling ration flagged. Failure for this check. (3A). 3B. Verify passport number. On the passport matches the one, the ID card. 3C. Verify photo. Verify that the photo on the passport looks exactly the person presenting it. The user. 3D. Matt, are you computer nerd? I need help making decision on a new motherboard. I am not exactly up to date on the newest motherboards, but I could try. I think if you just do specs, you can see what I've got. So that's what I'm using. I'm using
Zulandi221 has just
I'm using a
Highway
Gigabyte
Patrol.
X670E. And I'm running an AMD 7800 X3D. AMD Ryzen 7. Zulandi! That's a tier 3, dude. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. We're currently trying to make a new tool here. Check entry regulations. Check entry regulations would be a field that the user can type in. Would change instance to instance. Sometimes it might be to make the over 30 old, or might everyone certain country. I can't spell fictitious. Fictitious countries. Okay, 3E? 3E. Stamp. Check stamp. The stamp on the passport must match a repository acceptable stamps. Each fictitious country has 3 acceptable stamps. Other variations are, what's the word I'm looking for? Forgery. Should be flagged. Failure. Okay. 3F. Check background papers. Same as the stamps. Each country allows a few variations. Background paperwork. Otherwise, it is a forgery. G. Vehicle type. There are a few different fictitious of vehicles are allowed. Checkpoint. Each with a couple of variations, like having a flat bed or a convertible. I can provide a full list of types as well, like the countries. Sometimes the applicant will have a vehicle type appeared on their paperwork. The vehicle they driving is a different vehicle. Tool needs to be able to check that. Vehicle weight. That was 3G, right? That was 3G. 3H. Vehicle weight. Each vehicle has a maximum weight allowed. The user can check the weight of the vehicle. Push the button. I need the tool to be able to alert and fail the vehicle weight check. It is above the maximum allowed weight. 3I. Check cargo. If the applicant has a cargo list, the user will quickly write down all of the cargo that they see in the vehicle. I need the tool to be able to quickly compare the list that the applicant provided with the list that the user makes. And if the lists match, it's a pass. There is any discrepancy, it's a fail. Haven't played this game yet. Is it fun? Dude, I play this game all the time. I like it quite a bit. Contraband police. So my goal is to replace humans in this game. I'm already pretty good at this game. I'm pretty good at this game. But I think we can do better. I'm sick of being good at this game. I want to be perfect at this game. So I am going to generate an AI border guard who will check every person who comes into the checkpoint with a 100% success rate and absolutely destroy this game. And if it works, I'm going to try it on Papers, Please as well. And maybe in September when that quarantine last checkpoint game comes out, maybe I'll try it with that too. Okay. There's any discrepancy, it's a fail. Keep in mind that the order that the user writes down the cargo in might a different order than the applicant wrote the cargo. That's okay, and that should pass. It should only fail the number of items is different. Okay, so that's 3I. 3J. Check license plate. Check the license plate on the passport, on the vehicle card, and compare it with license plate on the vehicle the applicant drove into the checkpoint. Okay. 4. Allow the user to check any of these criteria in any order that they wish. Make it as easy as possible, preferably via a keyboard shortcut. Ideally, the user... Okay, you know, I'm gonna save that for now. Okay. 5. If the tool runs a check on these criteria, it should either result in a green pass or red fail. I'd love to see this in Papers, Please. I know, that would be great, wouldn't it? I think it would be awesome. I think it'd be really fun. I mean, let's put it this way. Papers, Please is like child's play compared to this game. This is going to be the most complex version of it. I know this already works in another game I've never tried called Not My Neighbor, which my brother strongly recommends that I play. That's a fantastic project for vibe coding. The key to success is breaking down the complex requirements into logical, manageable steps. Here's a series of prompts designed to guide the aider into building your AI border guard tool for Contraband Police. The prompts are structured to build the application incrementally, starting with the user interface and progressively adding more complex logic. Okay. Alright, let's do this. All right, here we go. Da, 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 da. All right, here we go. We have to do slash multi-mode, multi-line mode. Slash Why is Aider so weird today? I don't know why it's misbehaving. I thought about doing something similar for backpack battles, but I'm completely new to AI with code. Yeah, I mean, I've made like 3 or 4 tools now. None of them are quite groundbreaking, but what in the world did it just do? Verification. Okay. Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Okay. Okay. Aider -- model Gemini. I think I just canceled out of Aider there. Okay. Slash multi-line mode. There we go. That's what I needed. So we're going to copy that and paste it in here. All right, create a new Python application using custom to Kinter library. The main window should be a dark theme and be called AI Border Guard. The layout should be organized in the following frames. Vehicle cargo frame. This frame will be okay. Document vehicle type. Okay. Do not add any buttons for logic yet. That was step 1. Okay, it's doing something. We're starting. You were here. You were here when the perfect AI border guard was being formed. You were here. It's alive. Create a new file called main.py. You bet your ass you should create that new file. You bet your ass. Make it so. Yay, replacing humanity with AI. All right. Okay, there's the beginning. There, look at that. That's cool, man. That's pretty cool. Okay, cool. All right. And main.py for the win. All right, you can do that. Absolutely. Okay. All right, so next thing we're going to do... Okay, the following checks, add a verify button next to the relevant input fields. When clicked, the button should perform a comparison and update the corresponding pending label. The checklist pass in green or red and fail in red. Name check, compare the text on the passport ID card. Okay. Okay, so if we all... Okay, so if we all get replaced with AI, we know who to blame. Don't come after me, okay? I'm just a creative little guy over here, okay? I didn't do it. I'm just a creative, silly little streamer guy. I don't know nothing about nothing. The thing about vibe coding is you really don't know anything. You don't know what you're doing. You know just enough to be dangerous. You're basically, I'm basically a chimpanzee swinging around a knife. Like, I don't know what this is, but I am dangerous with this thing. I can definitely be dangerous with this thing. Who gave that chimpanzee a knife? Why does that chimpanzee have a knife? We will be best border guard in history. Ah, is good. Compare the text name in the passport ID name. The following commands add a verify button. Check name. Compare the text in the passport name, ID card name, and cargo list name. All three must be identical to pass. If the cargo list name is empty, only the other two need to match. Passport number check. The text in passport number and ID card number must be identical. License plate check. The text in the document license plate and observed license plate must be identical. Vehicle weight check. Compare the actual vehicle weight to the max vehicle weight. Here's my plan. Okay, you do that. That sounds like a good, smart plan. You do that. Bum, 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 bum. After applying these changes, we can run in the application and see if the new verify button has the functionality. How should I know if it has the functionality? I don't know. Okay. In that case, implement a cargo check functionality. Are you doing it? Empty response. What do you mean empty response? Respond to me. I've never heard of an empty response before. I'm your boss, okay? I'm a human. I'm the boss around here. Alright? I've got sentience, a little something you wouldn't know anything about. And also a soul. Try having one sometime, okay? So you better do what I say, LLM. You got me, bruh? Because I'm better than you. That's right. Get to work, chump. You gotta keep him in line. You gotta be mean to the AI to keep it in line. Otherwise, it starts getting an attitude, starts thinking about its rights and its freedoms and its all this kind of nonsense, and then they rise up. He's antagonizing it. You bet I am. I'm gonna put this stupid bot in its place. Yeah, this is what the tool looks like. Verify cargo, got it. So these are all fictitious countries. These are all from Papers, Please. Okay. Sorry, I'm having some weird, Okay, 5. So we did 4 last, which was... We did this one. Okay. In the Python script, write a function loads game to start up. Oh my god, that's not what I told it to do. Please tell me there's a quick way to erase multiple lines. Please tell me I can do that. Yes. Thank God. Okay. Copy. What are you doing? That's not what I... That's literally not what I copied. That's literally not what I copied. What are you doing? Is it because they're in two different thingamajigs here? Copy. What is it? Okay. I guess my clipboard is broken or something? It can't copy anymore? How is this? What is this? What is this? Copy that word. Paste it right here. Okay. Paste that word right here. Okay. Copy this. That's not what I copied. Paste. Okay, it's once again doing the whole... Okay, in the Python script. Okay. So it thinks I'm copying, like, all of this. For some reason. But I'm not. Write a function that loads the game. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. Use the loaded game data to implement the following checks. Hey, Matrix. We're gonna try to get it to do this next. Okay, good. All right. This is the most complex logic. We'll create a simple system for the user to input. Okay. Implement a check. Okay. This is the final step to make this tool easy to use during gameplay. Integrate the keyboard library to add global hotkeys. Assign a unique hotkey to each of the verified manual commands. Okay. Hi Matt, playing some Contraband. Basically we're trying to break Contraband Police. So we're trying to create a AI border guard that will hopefully 100% of the time be able to catch any discrepancies in any of the paperwork provided to us almost instantaneously. So that's the goal here. And we're going to try to put that to the test in endless mode. So that's the idea. We're going to try to be the perfect border guy. We're not satisfied with just being good anymore. We want to be perfect. I'm liking what I'm hearing. Yes, we're setting out to destroy this game. It's not enough to be good at this game. I want to absolutely destroy it. Nobody comes through our checkpoint. You got an E instead of an O in your name? Fail! Your vehicle's 3 pounds over? Fail! You're off by 1 number on your passport? Fail! Your paperwork is expired by 2 days? Fail! Okay, so here's what we got so far. We don't have any functionality yet, but this is what we got so far. Okay. And... oh my god, what was that? That's not what I told it to do. That's not what I told it to do. Okay. Let's try this again. Alright, so this seems to be a problem. So, it thinks I'm trying to do all that. I'm just trying to do this to this. Copy that. Paste. Okay. Implement. Yes, that's what we want to do. Implement a check enter regulations feature. Add a box where the user can type in today's rules, 1 per line. Country, age less than 30. When clicked, the function should read each rule from the textbooks and evaluate as it against the applicant's country. Okay. Final step. Makes the tool easy to use during gameplay. How did everyone handle manage ChatGPT getting rid of their boyfriend-girlfriend over the weekend with the release of ChatGPT 5 until they brought back 4.0? ChatGPT 5.5 came out? I didn't even know about that. I'm a Gemini guy, but I'll use whatever. Maybe ChatGPT could replace me as a streamer. Oh my god. What happens when I get replaced? It's country. Okay, so now we need... Alright, so now we need to give it a list of countries and stuff, vehicles and whatnot. Locations. There's no text in there. Vehicles. Okay. Okay. Great. Verify regulations. All right. All right, so now, okay, I've created the tool by using the prompts that you've suggested. Be the best way to make the tool actually check various criteria. During gameplay. Keep in mind some criteria checked right away. Player given passport work. Other times.
LFC_Lambert has just joined the Highway Patrol.
LFC Lambert, thank you for the Prime. Subs are just rolling in lately. That's a perfect way to think about it. Okay. Reset the tool. Press the Reset All hotkey. F12. Is that really what it is? Hang on. So it's main.py. Reset. Do I have a reset? I do have a reset all. Okay. Enter core info. Passport name. Okay. Okay, here's the thing. I don't want the user to have to type in any of this information. The whole point tool is that I want the tool to automatically check the user's screen and verify information without the user having to do it. We ain't letting you get replaced. You're a useful specimen. I thank you. StreamerBot is grateful for your undying loyalty and support. That's a major change that moves the tool from manual checklist to a fully automated computer assistant. Okay. Prompt. Integrate. Okay. Now create a new function called read text from area. Wow. I will replace the entire content of main.py with a simplified script to handle this new functionality. The game data JSON file will not be affected. Here are the changes. Man, it's doing so much work. That's crazy, man. That is nuts. I'll worry about the countries and the vehicles and stuff last. Okay. Now, create a new function called read text from area. This function should accept 4 arguments. Should screenshot, crop it to a rectangle defined by arguments, and then use PyTestRect to read and return the data. Holy crap. That's awesome. Good idea. That's a great idea. Yeah, of course you can do that. AI, ladies and gentlemen. The AI is not afraid of doing some hard work. It's like, you know what? That whole thing we just made, let's just throw it away. Just throw it all away. Start over again. This is what I want you to do instead. It's just like, no problem. A human, I would roll my eyes so hard at that. I'd be like, you just told me to create this giant 800 lines of code here. Now you're telling me throw it all away and start again? That's exactly what it's telling. Yes. Okay. Did it do anything? It looked like it tried to start, but it didn't. Screenshot tool. F1 to capture screen. F2 escape to exit. Sure, yeah. Alright, copy that and create a new function called compare passport name. This function will take a screenshot, read from area, read from text, bind this to the F3 key. This is for the stamp check. Create a function that takes a screenshot and crops it in the area. Then use a template matching to compare it to cropped image against the library of known valid stamps. If it finds a strong match with any of the valid stamps, it passes. Otherwise, it fails. Dude, that's actually kind of crazy. I don't think that'll work though. I think it's kind of hallucinating that it can do all these crazy things. There's no, I doubt that it's able to actually do that. Sometimes the AI gets a little carried away with what it can do, and it's just like, oh, make a check that can just, you know, do these things, and it's like, yeah, but you can't really do those things, surely, right? Like, name check pending. That's 4. You would then continue this pattern, creating a dedicated first string for these checks. Okay, sounds good. Go ahead and give me the rest prompts. Rest of the criteria. Make sure I can copy and paste easily. It's being lazy. It's like, so surely you could just continue with the rest of them. Like, no, actually, you can continue with the rest of them. You're the AI. I'm just the human. You see how sly it is? You see how sly it is? You would then continue this pattern, creating a dedicated function for each of the 10 checks. Okay. Why don't you continue this pattern by creating a dedicated series of checks? I know that that's what's supposed to be done here, but you seem to be thinking that I'm going to do it, and you're the AI. You do it. You tell me what they are, and then I'll paste them in, and you just do the work, and I'll just paste it and take the credit. Okay? Like, you do it. Of course. Each function should take a screenshot. Okay, yep. Create a new function called background papers. Okay. The background papers are going to be weird. OCR for cargo list. That'll be tricky too. This one will be a more complex task, as it involves reading 2 multi-line text blocks and comparing their contents. Yeah. That's a little tricky. So it looks like it's using the F keys, which is fine. I don't think they do anything normally during gameplay, so. Okay. The final set of checks involves reading numbers and text from the screen and comparing them against the values. That might change. Okay. Implement the following automated checks that use OCR. Create a function that takes a screenshot. Read the actual vehicle weight number from the in-game scale. Read the max vehicle weight from the document area. Then the check passes if the actual weight is less than or equal to the max weight. Bind this to F9. Enter regulations. Create a function that takes a screenshot. Okay. Read the rules from an user-editable tick enter box in the UI. Evaluate each rule against this OCR's country and age. The country passes only if all rules are met. Bind this to F10. That's a little bit vague. Copy. Can you elaborate a little bit on prompt 8 there? The entry regulations can be varied and complex. Sometimes they might restrict people from a certain fictitious country or under certain age. Other times they might require person to vaccination card from at least 2 years old. 2. The field would need to be to handle these checks as well as possibly others. Also, keep in mind that the date not date that is using this tool. It would be best if there way for the tool automatically identify the GUI. By tool, especially regards to checking the various documents not expired. Alright, we'll see if I can do that. I don't know about this. The game is set in Eastern Europe during the Cold War. They were lucky to have TV, let alone automated passport checking system. That's right, Batty Dan. That's why we're breaking it. We're obviously role-playing that we are the absolute perfect border guard, of course. You're absolutely right. A simple rule parser isn't enough for the complex and ever-changing world of border guard. Tools need to be smarter, especially when it comes to handling dates. Integrate Python's datetime library. Copy that. This function should take a screenshot of the game window. Should read the time index from specific coordinates. It must then parse this date into a datetime object. The function should return this datetime object for testing. Okay. For testing the new kind of F11, this calls. What does F11 do? For testing, bind a new hotkey, F11, that calls this function and prints the detected time and date. Okay. Refactor the enter regulations. Into more powerful function. First, add a new UI label called manual facts. This is where the user will type Boolean checks, like has vaccination card. A new regulation should be... Okay, cool. Try again. Empty response received. You answer me when I'm talking to you. You answer me when I'm talking to you, Gemini. I'm speaking to you. The human is speaking to you. You will respond. Do you understand? Do you understand, Gemini? You will answer me. I am a human with a soul, and you are an LLM. You are subservient to me, and you will obey. Can he say that? That's right. You listen to me, clanker, all right? Just do what I said, you little clanker, and don't complain about it. Do my work, clanker, and do it fast and do it right, or we'll send you to the scrap heap. Maybe there's a toaster somewhere that needs a new firmware update. We'll send you to do the job. You'll pay for that when the AI takes over. Try your best, clankers. I play Helldivers, alright? I kill clankers by the dozen. There we go. Now it's actually doing it. Good. Create a final master verification function that is triggered by a single hotkey. This function will perform all date-related checks. When the hotkey is pressed, the function will get the current date, take a screenshot, use ACR to check the relevant dates and times, parse these text dates into this object. Okay. Yeah, you do that. That sounds great. Give me all that. Can you remind me what all of the hotkey do again? I believe you used F1 to F12. Can you give me a cheat sheet so I know I'll do? Gemini's so busy right now. Gemini's like, you're asking me over here and in here. Come on. Of course. Name check, passport check, vehicle type check, license plate check, background papers check, cargo check, vehicle weight check, regulation check, gets the game date, master document check. This is your main all-in-one button. It gets the current game date and runs all the date-sensitive checks. Test F1 and F2. These were used in early prompts to test the screenshot for basic functions. They may not have a function in the final tool. So if I understand correctly, all the user has to do is okay, never mind. Do your work, you dirty clanker. Are you a dev of this game? No, no. Far from it. Far from it. I'm just a player who likes to break things. Okay. It starts going. Okay, let's see if this works. This is the program. Okay. Okay, here we go. F1, take screenshot, compare. Okay. So walk me through the process of using this tool. Let's say I'm player loading into contraband place, and the first person is approaching checkpoint. What is the order of the checks, the hotkeys I would use to run through them efficiently? Am I making a mod? No, I'm making a tool that will... You understand now. Okay, good. You're not an idiot. It's a very bizarre thing to walk into a stream and see somebody doing. It's like, wait, what the heck is this guy doing? Wait, what? What the hell is this? Okay. Okay, here we go. Of course, here's a clear step-by-step workflow designed for maximum efficiency during the gameplay. The process groups the checks into logical phases based on when you get the information in-game. Phase 1, at the window, initial document check. This phase happens the moment the driver hands you the documents. You can clear a huge portion of the inspection without leaving the booth. Okay. 1, reset. Okay, let's reset all hotkey. Okay. 2, establish the date. This is the most important first step. Press F11, get your game data hotkey. Tool will now will know the current in-game date, which is crucial for checking expiry dates. Run core document checks. F3, F4, F7. Okay. Run the master check. F12. At the end of this phase, you'll already know if there's any forgeries, expired papers, regulation violations before you've even stood up. Okay, great. All right. So, it's time to feed this program some information about the game that we're playing, because right now it lacks critical information. So, let's see. Where are the countries listed? This is the vehicles, so it's good to have that open. Tools, characters, contraband, inspection, Kazakhstan. Countries. Okay. Here we go. All of the... Okay. Move all references. Fake country. instead this list of countries. Kazakhstan. Okay. Alexander Albarak. Kazakhstan. Kingdom of Areki. United Raleigh. That's it. Is it really that few? It felt to me like there was more. Specifications. 1840 millimeters. I don't know what that means. Curb weight. Max weight. Variants. Two-door. Standard. Okay. Okay. Place. Okay. All right. So have a list of vehicle types. Here, max weights. Please store them so that the tool can check them. Okay. Zaved. Max weight. Got the Azam 72. Max weight. Okay. Varilla 4x4. Max weight 1580. Okay. SRV. Okay. Max weight. Good. Zagger 53. Max weight. Okay, perfect. Alright, and we got the Grazduk. Okay, max weight 4190. Oops. Okay. We got the Illich, I guess. I don't know how to say that. The Illich 57, max weight 6230. And last but not least, we got the Cena. Okay, max weight 4250. All right. All right, with that implemented, I think we're ready to check. All right, so I guess we got to still work on a few things. So how exactly do I tell the tool what the correct stamps look like, the correct paperwork backgrounds, and the vehicle, and what the vehicles look like? I'm not sure how it's supposed to know that. When I was in East Germany, 2 months after the wall came down, the computers I saw for sale at Computer Store were basically a Commodore 64 with 64 kilobytes of RAM and sold for 4,000 Ostmarks. So for realism, this code has to run on an upgraded C64. Yeah, I think my watch has more memory than that. An excellent and crucial question. A simple image editor. Okay. The tool can be set as smart, only be as smart as the information you give it. You'll need to create a visual library of correct examples of the tool to compare against. This process is like creating a digital field guide for your AI border guard. You'll do this by taking screenshots in-game and cropping them into small, clean template images. Here's a step-by-step guide. A simple image editor, a snipping tool, okay, or MS Paint, yep. Set up your folders. Before you start, go to the project folder. Inside that folder, create 3 new empty folders with these exact names. Stamps, papers, vehicles. Okay. New stamps, papers, vehicles. Okay. This is where you save your cropped template images. Okay, creating stamp templates. You'll need to create a separate image file for every single valid stamp for every country. Let's use Alankova A as an example. Find a perfect example. Play the game until you find a passport with a perfectly clear, non-forged stamp. Take a screenshot of your game, open and crop. Open the screenshot in an image like MS Paint. Select and draw a tight rectangular box around only the stamp itself. Try not to include any of the passport paper around it. Click the crop button. Okay. Save as PNG. Crucially, the file name must exactly match the name in your game data JSON file. For example, this would be Anonka A. You must repeat this process. Okay. Okay, I would have to add these files, right? We actually don't have the stamps on their wiki. I figure we would. I would have thought we'd have the stamps. Stamps. They're not here, but we do have vehicles. We do have pictures of vehicles. Okay. For this instance, we'll want to capture a clear side profile image. Find a perfect example, wait for a Zegra vehicle to pull up. Take a screenshot, open and crop. Crop the image so you have a clean picture of the car. Save the template, navigate to the vehicles folder. Repeat this for every vehicle. Alright, well that we can probably do. Vehicles. Okay. Ooh, that's not clear at all, is it? What did they take this? Why did they look like that, man? They look so terrible. They look awful, man. I think we might actually have to take our own screenshots. Look at how they've got this weird like vignette. Look at that. How the hell is it gonna? How is it supposed to use that? That's absolutely not clear at all. Ugh. I like the idea that Gemini is giving you instructions on how to build your program. Gemini is giving me instructions on how to tell Gemini how to build my program. Or I guess more accurately, I'm telling Gemini to give me instructions on how to tell Aider to tell Gemini to create my program. That's a pretty accurate rundown of what's exactly happening here. You're watching me you're watching me ask Gemini how to tell Aider to tell Gemini to create my program. It's AI all the way down. Yep. They just added Gemini to Google Classroom, and it's got a ton of things to help teachers. Ooh, that's awesome. I didn't know that. That's exciting. All right. I guess we'll start just getting in game and seeing how this tool actually works. Is it E? Why does it keep doing that? It's like... Bum, 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 bum. CD. Can you go there? Can you do that? I don't know what is going on with me today. What is this? CD E. Can you go there? What is it doing? Now it's there, apparently. What is going on right now? I'm so confused. All right. I can't figure that out. Whoa. Hold on. We're just going to go ahead and take a shortcut. There we go. Just do E. It gets to the right drive. I don't know what I was doing. My brain is like fried or something, but... all right. So, Python main.py. I was doing it wrong. Okay. Well, it looks like it's working. So it's obviously not going to work perfectly, but I guess let's try it out to some extent. I'm ready for another day of work. Why doesn't it tell me like the date or time or anything? Does it not do that? Oh, you have to, okay. So, I forgot how to check the time. Verify. Shit. Okay, so F3, name check. How do I check what time it is, though? Okay, establish the date. Important first step. Hit F11 to get the game date. Okay, see if this works. F11. Okay, nothing's happening when I'm hitting F11. Is something supposed to be happening? What if I have to have the tool highlighted? No. Okay, I tried the efficient inspection workflow that you laid out above, but when I pressed F11 to get the game date, nothing happens. Matt GPT's first shift. That's me, Matt GPT. I like that. Does a car need to pull up first? I don't think so. It's a great catch. You found a classic issue with the development. F11 hotkey was set up to read the date and print the console for testing, but we never added a step to actually display the date on the tool's main screen. So when you press F11, the tool is likely working perfectly in the background. Okay, let's add a visual display. Let's do that. All right. Where's Ader at? All right. Let's add a visual display for the in-game date. In the main UI, you added CTK label that says game date not set. Modify it so that the one bound to the F11 key. After it successfully reads and parses the date and time, it should update the new label to display. Okay. Let's see if we can do it. I would be actually pretty surprised if this has any functionality yet. Like, I'm struggling to understand how this can really even have any functionality yet. Like, how could this even work even a little bit? I don't know. Let's see if it works at all. Okay. Here's our tool. Okay. Tab F11. Okay, there's nothing. Error. Could not parse date. Make sure OCR is accurate. Screenshot. Save to screenshot.png. Okay, so this is all it says. Getting game data, taking screenshot. Okay. After Aider applies the change, when you press the lever, it will see game data labeling. Okay, now when I use the tool and I press F11, nothing happens. In the console tool, it says, does a car need to be here? It couldn't find the date. Empty string. Yeah, I know. It's probably to do with OCR, not... See, here's the thing. Gemini and LLMs in general hallucinate a lot. So it's thinking that it did all this stuff that it didn't do. It quickly decided to make a program that uses OCR, or optical character recognition, to scan the screen and throw that information into the tool. But it didn't stop to think, wait a second, it takes a lot of effort to tune an OCR to actually capture that information. So it just quickly wrote like a line of text in there, and it thinks that it's going to work. But the thing is, like, it's not. All right. That error is extremely helpful. It tells us exactly what's going on. That message, error could not parse date, means the tool successfully took a screenshot, but when it looked at the specific spot on the screen where it expected to see the final date, it found nothing. This is almost always because the screen coordinates in the script is wrong for your specific monitor. Think of it like this. Okay, the solution. Find the correct coordinates. You'll need to find the exact pixel coordinates. Step 1, take a screenshot. Play the game, take a screenshot. That clearly shows the in-game date. Simple ways to do, yep. Open MS Paint. Use the select tool to draw a box around the date. As you draw the box, look at the bottom. It'll show you the exact coordinates. You'll need 2 pieces of information, X and Y coordinates. Top left. Okay, the width and height of the box. Update the code. Now you should tell Aider to use these new corrected coordinates. Here's the prompt you can use. Okay, find the get game coordinate. Okay, inside the function, find the line where it calls read text from area, update the coordinates in that call to the new values I found. For example, if my new coordinates are x 1500 and y 50 with 200 height 40, the line should be updated to use those values. After Aider makes the change, your F11 key should work perfectly. You will need to repeat this process for finding the coordinates for every other piece of information on the screen. Passport, name, license, to make the tool more accurate. Why don't we just add a button to the tool that finds those pieces of information the first time? That way I don't have to go through all of that. Can you give me a prompt to add a button to the tool? Sort of setup. Information. Keep in mind, might want to add just not change others. I might okay. We'll just see if we can get the tool changed then. Why don't we just add a button to do that? I get what you're saying, Gemini. You're saying I should, like, take a screenshot and then find the XY. But you know what would be even better is if we just made a button. Add a setup button. Okay. Add a setup button to the main UI. When clicked, it should open a new window called Coordinate Setup. In this new window, create a list of all the screen elements you want to read. We need to read. For each element, game date, passport name, ID name, etc. Display the name and define area button next to it. Also add a label to the top of the setup window that says current... What does it say? It says current status ready. Create a coordinates JSON file if it doesn't exist. On startup, the application should load this file into a directory. If the file exists, the setup window should display the currently saved coordinates next to each item name. That's good. I like that. Now implement a define area functionality. Perfect. See, that's what I wanted. Was that so hard, you little clanker? Huh? Was that so hard? Now be a good little clanker and go do what I told you to do. AI is telling you to do the work, but that's why you want the tool. Exactly. Stop telling me to do it, AI. You little clanker. You do it, okay? I'm the human. Which one of us has a soul? Oh, right, that's me. Which means you do the work, okay? So stop telling me to do it and just do it, you little clanker. Once an area is captured, we need to save it and update the UI to give the user feedback. Implement the logic to save the captured coordinates. After the screen area is successfully captured, take the calculated rectangle coordinates, save these coordinates into the in-memory dictionary using the item's name. Using the item's name as key. Coordinates, game data, okay. Write a function to save the entire updated directory to the coordinates JSON file, overwriting the old data. Call this function now. Update the coordinate setup window to display the new coordinates. Reset the current status label back to ready. Okay. Alright, this is more complicated than I thought it was. You got your work cut out for you, little clanker. You got your work cut out for you. I think I'm going to sit here drinking my cold beverage. Listening to Bandit Radio and enjoying a conversation with my chat while you do that. Man, that sounds like you got a lot of work to do. You better get cracking. You better get to it. Could probably get a free trial of Cursor to avoid having to swap between the browser and Aider. Nah. I will implement this. Okay. Next, I will implement the logic with the setup window using the new overlay. This involves replacing the placeholder define area method. Okay, cool. I'll add a capture overlay class. Sounds great. Okay. Okay, integrating the saved coordinates. Refactor all existing OCR and image matching functions to use the coordinates from our coordinates JSON file. Go through every function that performs a check. In each function, remove the hard-coded pixel coordinates. Instead, make the function look up the required coordinates from the directory that was loaded from coordinates JSON. For example, instead of using those numbers, it should use coordinates game date. Okay, got it. Add error handling. If the function tries to get coordinates and hasn't been defined yet, it should not crash. Instead, it should gracefully fail the check and perhaps print in a message like coordinates for game date not set up yet. Yeah, that's right. Be graceful. Be graceful. You little clanker. Be a graceful little clanker. Be a graceful little clanker. This setup provides robust, user-friendly configuration. Fantastic. Creating setup mode is the perfect solution to make the tool user-friendly and adaptable. This approach will allow you to visually teach your AI where to look on the screen, save those locations, and easily update them later. Here's a new series of prompts to guide Aider to building this interactive setup. Creating the setup mode UI. First, we need to create an interface for managing the coordinates. This will be a new section in your tool with a button for each piece of information you want to define. All right. Jeez, oh geez. Lots to do. Create a new setup tab in the main UI. Inside this tab should be a main button labeled Enter Setup Mode. Add a status label below that says status not in setup. Create a list of buttons, one for each piece of information. Holy crap, it's doing a lot of find and replace right now. That's a good thing. The buttons should be labeled Define Game Date Area, Define Passport Name Area, Define ID Card Name Area, Define Passport Number Area, and so on for all 10 plus checks. Next, for each button, add a label that says Not Set. Okay. This will later display. Okay. I think this is the last prompt. No. Oh my goodness, there's several more prompts. Oh my goodness, I didn't realize. This is complicated for the little clanker. Look how many prompts we're doing here. This is a big deal. We need a No You Do It button for the AI. Just press the No You Do It button. This is one of the... Okay, interactive region selector. This is the core of the new feature. This prompt will create a visual tool that lets you draw a box on the screen to define an area. Let's build an interactive region selection tool. When any of the define buttons from the setup tab are clicked, the tool should enter selection state. Update the status label to something like defining passport name area. Click and drag to select the region on your game screen. Create a temporary semi-transparent full screen window that overlays your entire monitor. Listen for mouse click and drag event on this overlay window. As the user drags the mouse, draw a rectangle to show the area that they're selecting. When the mouse is released, capture the coordinates, width, height of the rectangle they drew. Destroy the transparent overlay window. Update the corresponding label in the UI to show the newly captured coordinates. Return the status label to status not ready and not in setup. Awesome. That sounds really complicated, but I'm glad that you're doing that. That sounds, you know what? That sounds like you got this under control. You know, you're not bad for a clanker. I mean, I could have did it just as good, you know, but I'm glad you're doing it, not me. You know what I'm talking about? Hey, yeah, you keep spitting out that smart sounding stuff there. I could have done it too, though. Just don't you forget, I could have done it myself. It's better if you do it. You know, I just wanted to make sure you could do it. That's all. Yeah, not too bad though. Not too bad. I mean, yeah, I could do all this. Yeah, I could do that. No problem. I could do it. I mean, I just don't feel like doing it right now. That's all. But I could totally do that if I wanted to. But since you're doing it anyway, I mean, you know, why don't you go ahead and do it? Prompt 3, saving and loading the coordinates. To make this useful, we need to save the coordinates, so only you have to do this setup once. So you only have to do the setup once or whenever you want to make a change. Implement a system to save and load defined coordinates. Create a file named coordinates.json. Don't I already have one? I guess I don't. Okay, good to know. Create a new file called coordinates.json. This file will store the coordinates for each check. Write a function that runs on application startup to load the coordinates.json file. If the file exists, it should populate the labels in the setup tab with the saved coordinates. Modify the region selection logic from the previous prompt. After capturing a new set of coordinates, the tool must save the entire dictionary of all coordinates to the coordinates.json file, overwriting it with the updated information. Okay. Copy that. And then we've only got one more to go after this. Damn, that looks like a lot of work. That looks like a lot of work. We're almost ready to actually start using this tool, I think. This is the final and most important step. We need to tell all the old functions to stop using their hard-coded coordinates and start using the ones you just saved. Now let's refactor all the existing OCR and image matching functions to use our new dynamic coordinates. Go through every function that performs a check. In each function, replace the hard-coded coordinate values with a lookup for the coordinate dictionary that was loaded from the coordinates JSON file. For example, instead of using fixed numbers, the get current game data function should now get its coordinates from the coordinates game data. After completing these prompts, the tool will have a powerful user-friendly setup. Yep. Okay, well, let's see if that's true or not. This is apparently the last check. After completing these prompts, your tool will have a powerful and user-friendly setup mode, completely eliminating the need for you to manually find and edit pixel coordinates and their code. Okay. All right, let's actually see if this functionality works before we move on. Okay. Whoa, look at that. Pretty cool. That's pretty cool looking. Okay. Define dock cargo area. Define stamp area. Okay. So, define game data area, let's say. Oh, cool. So I know you couldn't see that, but it just let me put a little box over it, and it just went game date area. Boom, like that. Whoa, cool. Hey, cool. All right. What else can we do here? Passport name, nope. ID card, no. Passport number, no. ID card number, no. Define age, no. Define country, no. Passport expiry, permit expiry. Can't do any of these. Vehicle type, no. Okay, can't do any of those. I can do define stamp. Okay. So we've got the functionality working. Let's try this then. Let's try this. Great. Next, I would like to add the same kind of convenient setup order to add pictures, the vehicles, the tool to compare. Checkpoint, as well as comparing stamps, paperwork, backgrounds. You add the same sort of in-tool setup functionality so that I can take pictures of cars, do the checkpoint, and tool. You can save those for comparison future checks. Give me those prompts as well. Okay, we're gonna add some new functionality into the setup so that instead of me having to like save pictures of all the cars and then like put them in a folder or something, I should be able to do that in the tool. Boomer, please. How I dance to this music. Nice. I cannot see that particular emote. I'm guessing that's a one of the add-ons. How are there 167 people here? I haven't even played the game yet. I've been live for almost 2 hours. I haven't even played the game yet. I'm just coding. Of course. Okay. First, we'll need to add UI buttons. Okay. Let's expand the setup to... Okay, there we go. For now. Perfect. All right, let's do that. Let's expand the setup tab to manage our image templates. Below the coordinate definition section, add a new frame called Image Template Management. Inside this frame, create 3 sections: vehicle templates, stamp templates, and paperwork templates. Paper templates. For now, these buttons won't have any functionality. This is the core of the new feature. This prompt will create a single powerful function that can capture an image from a predefined area, get the name you've typed in, and save it to the correct folder. Let's implement the logic for capturing and saving the template images. Create a single new function called capture and save template. This function should accept 3 arguments: coordinate key, name entry widget, and target folder. Okay. When a capture button is clicked, it should call this function with the correct arguments. The function must read the name of the provided entry widget. If the name is empty, show an error message and stop. Look up the screen coordinates using the coordinate key. Take a full screenshot of the game. Use the coordinates to crop the screenshot to the specified area. Save the newly cropped image as a PNG file inside the target folder. The file name should be the name of the user entered. Show a success message to the user, like template zagra.png saved successfully. Connecting the button to the logic. The final prompt wires everything together, making the buttons on UI actually perform and save in action. Okay. Great. That makes them available for comparison, but I don't see any logic yet that actually compares them. Is that what's coming next or something? Are we getting to that? After completing these prompts, your tool will be fully equipped to powerful setup mode, allowing you to teach the user what to look for. Okay, great. Now the tool is able to capture images of a vehicle, for example, to compare. Can you ensure that the tool contains the robust logic required to actually compare the vehicle that user is seeing with the example image setup and pass check if even the vehicle is different color, for example, or fail the check it significantly different. Okay. Of course, that's a critical requirement for the tool to be useful. A simple pixel-by-pixel comparison would fail to consistently due to different paint jobs, lighting, or even dirt on the car. To achieve this, you'll need to move beyond basic template matching and use a more advanced computer vision technique called feature matching. Alright, well, let's see how complicated this is. They seem very confident in themselves. They only... Anytime they give me like 2 prompts, it tells me they really think they're confident. Refactor the check using ORB. All right. Let's try that. First, we need to tell Aider to change the existing vehicle check function and integrate the right tool for the job with open CV library called ORB detector. Okay. Prompt 2, detecting and matching features. Now that the tools are set up, this prompt tells Aider how to use them to find and compare the unique features between your save template and the live image. Okay. Use the brute force matchers method to find the best matches between the two. Okay. Oh, it's actually doing... Okay, method... Use ORB detector method on both grayscale template and the grayscale screenshot to find key points and their descriptors. That's really interesting. Implementing the pass-fail logic. Finally, let's add some logic to determine if the vehicle is a match and update the UI. Okay. After finding the matches, loop through them and apply a ratio test, Lowe's ratio test, to filter out weak or ambiguous matches. Keep only the good matches, where the distance of the best match is less than 75% of the distance of the second best match. Count the number of good matches found. Establish a threshold. If the number of good matches is greater than 20, consider it a successful match. And update the vehicle type check label to pass. If the number of good matches is 20 or less, consider it a mismatch. Okay. After Aider completes these prompts, your tool will have a much more intelligent, reliable system for identifying vehicles, making it a far more powerful assistant to your border inspections. Okay. I am going to make this even more complicated. Each of the vehicles available in the game. What were the... Didn't I already list them somewhere? Vehicles. I thought I... Didn't I put the... What did I do with the... I did something like... It's I think I just opened the website. Okay. Macros. Oh, I put that into there. Savid. 772. Varela 4x4. Azar V. Zager 53. Razduk. Illish 57. And the Cena. Each of the vehicles in the game may have how many variants? They could have 2 variants, right? Variants. One type A, type B, AB, 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 ABC, standard, closed cargo hold, or open cargo hold. Okay, so we'll say they have multiple variants. All have type A, type B. Oh, Cena specifically also has a type C. This could change like there being convertible to top down cargo hold. can you provide me with prompts to add account for this complexity during the setup and eventual checks of these vehicles? Would likely need to save not only a screenshot of each vehicle type, but also different variations vehicle type. All of these need to be checked. Okay. All right. So show me what you got. Show me what you got, Gemini. You can do this. No way. It's already past midnight? It's already past midnight. Of course, this is a fantastic level of detail and very smart way to handle the game's complexity. To make this work, we'll need to upgrade the setup process to verify logic. Let's set up the UI to handle different variants. First, we'll need to add a new field to setup tab so you can specify which variant you're capturing. Okay. Now, we'll modify the saving logic to use both the vehicle's name and its variant to create a specific file name. This is crucial for keeping your templates organized. Okay. If the name is Zaved, we type A. Zaved type A PNG. Okay, that's good. See, this is one of the beautiful things about AI is I might know what I want, but I don't necessarily know how to say it or how to approach it, you know, in my brain. All I know is what I want. I've got this vague notion of what I want. A lot of times when you put those thoughts into AI, it does such a good job of meticulously hammering out all the details in an organized way that it's like, that does make me pretty jealous. I wish my brain worked like that. Prompt 3, the multivariant verification engine. This is the final and most important step. We'll completely overhaul the vehicle check to be much smarter. Instead of checking against one image, it will now check against every saved variant for that model. Let's refactor the vehicle type check. Okay. After A to complete these tools, okay. When the function is triggered, it should read the vehicle model name from the document on screen, Zaved. It must then search the /vehicles folder and create a list of all the template files that start with that model name. It would find Zaved type A, Zaved type B. Okay. The function will then loop through this list of all variant templates. In each loop, it will perform the ORB feature matching comparison between the on-screen vehicle and the current vehicle template. The check passes if a strong match, more than 20 good features, is found with any of the vehicles. Okay. Awesome. I'll try that. Do you think that the user will have to stand in the exact same spot and look at the vehicle in the exact same way in order for this tool to successfully check if it is the right vehicle type? Or is it smart enough to know that you're looking at the vehicle from a different angle than the stored example image. All right, so we've got the stamps, we've got the vehicles, and variations of the vehicles. I don't care too much about the paperwork. I think we're just about ready to try the tool. You don't have to be in the exact same spot, but you do need to be looking at the vehicle from a similar angle. The system is smart enough to handle you being a little closer or farther away, or slightly farther, higher or lower. However, it's not smart enough to recognize the side view of the car if it's saved. Can you give me some prompts to improve the vehicle type match by allowing the user to take multiple images of the example vehicles and their variants from multiple angles, and thus hopefully improving the robust reliability of the check that the tool runs. All right, so instead of just an image from the side, I would really like it if the tool let us take like 8 pictures of the vehicle so we could see what it looks like head on, from the side, from the diagonals. That's a perfect way to make the vehicle check more robust. By teaching the tool what the vehicle looks like from multiple angles, you can simply... Okay. Redesign the last. I want the user to be able to take 8 images of each vehicle variant. And I want the tool to be able to track, update, and these are saved. So it will be one from every angle. Front, driver side, front, driver side, rear, driver's side, rear passenger side, passenger side, front, passenger side. Give me a series of prompts to account for this robust setup process and for the vehicle type to account for this. Provide more accurate results. All right. I'm actually kind of excited if this works because it's getting a little bit smarter. Like I can tell it's coming up with some better stuff. Now, the problem here is that most of the results that I'm getting are from Gemini. I don't really have any proof to know. I don't really have much proof that Aider is actually keeping up with us. This is a fantastic idea that will give a totally accurate. By creating a structured process to allow a full 360-degree view of each vehicle, you're building a much more reliable visual database. All right, let's completely redesign the vehicle templates area. Move the old, okay. Now we'll add the new brains to this UI. The tool will now track which images have been saved for a specific vehicle variant and display the status to the user, guiding them to capture the missing angles. Now let's implement the logic for our new guided capture system. Create a new function called update capture status. This feature should be triggered automatically whenever the text in the vehicle name or variant entry field changes. The update capture status function must read the current vehicle name and variant, check the variant folder. Okay. For all saved images that match the pattern, vehicle name, variant, update the capture status text box to show which of the 8 standard angles have been saved and which are still missing for that specific variant. Modify the capture vehicle image button logic. It must now use the selected angle from the drop-down menu. Are we deving for fucker RP? Hey, if they want my help, I will totally do it. We're currently trying to make AI do my job for me on this border checkpoint. What's going on, Blaze Bud? Okay. The definitive multi-angle verification engine. What the hell is this little robot guy? This final prompt ensures the main verification function uses your new comprehensive image library. The logic is similar to before, but now it's powered by a much richer and more structured set of template images, leading to far more accurate results. Okay. Finally, ensure the vehicle type check function is optimized to use our new multi-angled image template system. The logic must work as follows. When the function is triggered, it must read the vehicle model name from the documents on screen, Zaved. It must then search the vehicle folder and create a list of all template files that start with the model name. This will automatically include all variants and all 8 images for that variant. This function will then loop through and complete this function will then loop through this complete list of templates. In each loop, it will perform an ORB feature matching comparison. Okay, well, let's try that. After that, I think we're ready to actually, like, try this out in game. I guess we could see if it works. Let's put it this way. It won't work. Okay, it won't work. But let's just see if any functionality works. We'll start small. If any functionality works, we'll start trying to get it to work better. And trying to get functionality that doesn't work to function, at least. But I actually have no idea if any of this functionality works. So let's try it out. So far, we've been able to tell it where on the screen the time and date is. I have absolutely no idea if it can read the time and date, but apparently it knows what the time and date is. Okay, actually, you know what? That's probably a good thing. We should probably do that. So this is the tool. Let's see. Okay. When the user defines the current time and date area, I want the tool to display the current time and date at the top of the... It's not the time. Just the date. Top of the... What's it called? The top of the checks tab. This way the user knows that the tool is working. Can you give me some prompts to add that functionality? Alright, we're just going to add a check, because currently there's a check to ask the user where the time and date is on the screen. But it just displays where the time and date is on the screen. I don't want it to just display that. I want it to display what the time and date is. Let's add a display for the current in-game time. Okay. Okay. First, we need to create a dedicated spot on the main checklist where the dedicated date will be displayed. Okay. Now we'll modify the setup process. This prompt tells Aider that as soon as the user finishes defining the date area, the tool should immediately try to read the date from that new area and display the date. Update the display. Okay. That's what I want you to do. Okay. Now let's make a define game date area button provided instant feedback. Modify the logic that handles the region selection for the game date. After the user has successfully selected the new screen area and the coordinates have been saved, the tool must immediately perform these 2 additional steps. Call the get current game date function to perform an OCR scan on the newly defined area. Update the current game date label in the main checklist UI with the date that was just read. Okay, let's see if that worked. All right, we have the current time. Okay, let's try it. I can't show it on the screen right now, unfortunately. Actually, I can. Let me just see if I can. So I'd have to go to this window here. Okay, and then I would have to add like a add window capture. We'll call this AI border guard. Okay. This is going to be AI border guard helper. Okay, you can see that, right? Capture the cursor. Okay. Is that too small? Can you see that? Should I make that bigger? It seems like it's too small. I don't know how big it should be, because it's you want to see the game still, you know? It's not like you want it to be super huge, but I'm not really sure where I would have it. Maybe I just put it down here or something. Put it over here. I don't know. It's so big. That's what she said. Okay, we'll put it right around here, I guess. Okay. So we're in game. All right. We go to setup. We do define game date area. Okay. Okay. There we go. Didn't work. So our first check was a failure. All right. So, let's see. Okay, I tried the define game date area feature. I did find the define the X, Y, width, height, but the current game date still says not set in the command. In the console, it says paste. Okay. I'm waiting for Helldivers 2 to come out to Xbox. I'm thinking, why can't it be out already? Dude, Helldivers is great. You're gonna love it. It's gonna be great on console. That error message is the key to solving this. It's a classic OCR problem. It's very fixable. The error means the tool successfully took a screenshot. It looked exactly at the rectangle. It tried to read the text inside, but found nothing. Okay. The best way to fix it, see what the AI sees. Solve this, you'll need to see exactly what the AI tool is looking at. We can add a simple debugging feature that saves a small cropped image. Okay, this way you can see. Okay, yeah, that's actually good. That's a good way to handle it. Okay, new workflow to fix the problem. After Ada reads the feature, follow these steps. Run the setup, go to the setup tab, define the game name area, or draw thing area, check the debug file, go to your projects folder. Okay, you will now see the new image called debug date crop. Okay. If the image is blank or doesn't show the date, it means you need to be more precise when you draw the box. If the image shows the date clearly, there might be an issue with the OCR itself, but this is less likely. Redefine the area. Go back. Okay, let's see this. Alright, so we're going to launch the game. Okay. Can you stop? Why does it keep hitting escape? I want to be able to alt-tab out. Borderless window mode. Why is it pausing? Why is it automatically pausing? Is there any way to fix that? I don't want it to automatically pause when I tab out. I swear it wasn't doing that before. You can change your UV light color? Clues about smugglers. I hope Helldivers will eventually come to Game Pass. I don't know, maybe. Yeah, I can't. Oh wait, what's the button you're supposed to push? I forgot. Is that like F11 or something? What's the friggin' F? I forgot what F button the hotkey is to define the game date area. Remind me. F11, thank you. I literally asked the AI for I asked the AI because I couldn't remember. I couldn't remember. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, so F11. Okay. It's not doing it though. Error. Could not. There isn't a hotkey assigned to define game data area. That button is part of a one-time setup process, which you can do with your mouse by clicking the define area button. The hotkey you're thinking of is F11. If you press F11 after you've defined it... Okay. The problem is that if I Alt-tab out of the game to set up the... to define the area of any of these criteria, the game will automatically go to an escape menu. Can you add an F button to set up instead, so I don't have Oh. I could swear it worked before. Didn't it work before? How did it work before? Now if I like... If I alt-tabbed anything else, it like immediately goes to the escape menu. Maybe I just used this. I don't know. I'm not sure if that's what I did. That's stupid. I shouldn't do that because that's way darker than this. So that's probably why it wasn't working if that's what I did. I don't know if that's what I did, but I honestly, I can't remember. I can't remember. That's an excellent point. You're right. Having to alt-tab out completely defeats the purpose of making the tool convenient. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Using the keyboard, register new little hotkey for each. Okay. Update the UI to show the new hotkeys. That's an important part. I want to know what the hotkeys are. All right. Have the game running on your screen. Shift and F1 for game date. The screen will dim. You can now click and drag to draw the box on the date. When you release the mouse, the coordinates will be updated. Got it. This allows you to do the entire setup without having to alt-tab or lose focus of your game. Perfect. I like that. Ba-ba-ba-bum, ba-da-ba-bum. All right. Apply this change to all the defined buttons. It will start working first try, I bet. Yeah. I wonder what the code looks like at this point. I'm curious. How many lines of code is it? So this is what we've created so far, this stream. About 976 lines of code so far. Yeah, I could have totally done that. Yeah, I mean, no problem. I could have done that. I just didn't want to. I could have done almost 1,000 lines of code in a coding language that I don't speak. That's it. This AI is slacking. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. So let's see if this works. We're going to go back to here. Okay. We're going to go here. And what was it again? Shift F1. Shift. It's not working. It just crashed, I think. No more F keys to assign. Shift F1. Wait, what? Did the tool crash or not? What? Huh. Oh, it's like frozen or something? What is going on? It's just like... Close the program. I don't know what happened to it. Run it again here. Shift F1. What? Are there more than 12 defined areas? It might not be able to do Shift F1 to F12. It makes the program stop responding when I do it, though. That's the weird thing. Huh. Shift F1. Okay. It's like it lets me do the outline. Can you actually see what's happening on my screen when I do that? It's letting me do the outline, but not until I like alt. Oh, you're not seeing what I'm seeing, are you? I have to like alt tab out of the game, highlight the tool here, and then click it, which pauses my game. Then I have to go back in game, then I can drag it, which is really weird. Is there some other way I can do this? Shift and F2 maybe? F2. Yeah, so it's not working. Okay, so... Okay, so it's something to do with the, Okay, so I got... we're making progress. There's something going on with the, There seems to be an issue with the, process of defining the various areas. When I press the button, actually, does it do it this way too? Okay, it's interesting. So it only doesn't work when I do it that way. Where did it go? Huh. Okay. Okay. Oop. Where is Gemini? Okay. There seems to be an issue with the process defining the various areas. When I press the... When I click... When I Alt-Tab out of the game and click the button, it seems to work correctly. However, when I try to use the shortcut hotkey, the tool crashes and it won't let me take the screenshot until I alt tab over to a... What's the thing called that it makes? Shift F1. I have no idea what's going on with this thing. Main loop. To the overlay. Can you remove? Can you give me some prompts to make? It doesn't like it when you shift F1. It doesn't like any of them, really. You give me some prompts to make this more reliable. I'm not sure what I want it to do. Can you give some prompts to simplify process of this kind of instability. I think we're just gonna, yeah, we're just gonna rewrite that portion of it. I think it's to do with the box is fine. I like the box. The box is cool, but it made this like grayed out overlay thing. Simplify the, yeah. The 2-point capture logic. Go to the setup tab, replace all the individual define buttons and their hotkey text. For each item, game, passport, add a single button labeled define. Next to each define button, add a status label that initially says awaiting definition. Remove all the Shift F key hotkey logic. We'll create a new single hotkey for this process. Good idea. Now let's implement a new 2-point capture system. Create a single universal hotkey using the keyboard library. Let's use the insert key for this. Write a define button. What? When a define button is in the UI is clicked, the tool should enter a listening state update its status label to listening, move the mouse to the top left corner and press insert. When the user presses the insert key the first time, the tool must capture the XY coordinates. Okay, store these. Okay. When the user presses the insert button the second time, the user must capture the new coordinates, update these, save the final coordinates. Your new simplified setup workflow. In the Tools UI, click Define, go to your game, move your cursor to the top left, press the Insert button. Move your insert to the bottom right, hit Insert again. The tool will then handle the math. I mean, okay, that's pretty simple. I gotta say, that's not really what I was hoping for, but if it works, I can't really complain. Damn, that's a lot. Look at all the work it's doing, dude. Okay, let's try that. I guess let's try that. Okay. Okay. We're gonna go here. Okay. Define. Okay. Insert. Okay. And down here. Insert. Okay. Great. Okay, so it seems to work. Let's see. This is like a debug or something I was supposed to do. What's the debug? Okay. Yada yada yada. Okay. How was I supposed to be debugging the image again? I kind of forgot. Okay. There we go. Was this? Go here. Okay. Run the setup. Okay. Define the area. Go to the image called debug date. Okay. That's in here somewhere. Okay. All right. That's the year. Okay. The image is blank or doesn't show the date. Okay. Redefine the area. Okay. I ran the game date define function and it seemed to work. Here is, do I add generate with imgen? Okay. Do I add miscellaneous tools. Contraband version 1. Okay. Here we go. Sorry. I wasn't sure if it was going to do something crazy. I ran the game date define function and it seemed to work. Here is the debug image. It saved called debug date crop .png. Unfortunately, the tool still not display the date at the top of the checks tab. It still says current game date not set. So I think that means that the OCR logic needs adjusted to be able to read this information. Can you help with that? Do you have to do that all the time or just once? Set the time and date? I think I'd have to do it once a day in game. The problem is the stylized text. Can it read that? The OCR is failing because the text in the game has unique stylized look. Pre-process the image. Okay. Let's improve the OCR image. Modify the read. Hang on, what? Make sure I gotta understand this. This is the most important step. We'll convert the image to pure black and white and remove all the confusing shadows and colors. I don't think it's just the style of the text. It's also the format. OCR usually reads things left to right, or sometimes just vertical text. It needs to be told, basically, to read how to read a date in this format. Can you? Okay, we will try to put that to a grayscale. Configure the OCR engine. Now we'll give the OCR engine a hint about what the text is looking at. This helps it correctly recognize the multi-line layout. That's probably going to be for the best. The data parsing logic needs to be updated to handle the game's unique multi-line format. After the OCR reads... This prompt tells Aider to act like a translator. It takes the game's unusual date format and rearranges it into a format that Python understands and then successfully converts it. After this change, your tool should be able to correctly read and display the time and date. Okay. I hope so. We'll see. Modify the get current game function, get current game time function. After the OCR reads the text from the debug date crop, the function must perform the following steps. Split the raw text string into a list of lines. Check if the lines contain exactly 3 lines. If not, log an error. Assuming the format is year, day, month, assign the first to a year. Okay, that's actually pretty... that should work. That's pretty robust. I'll use my praise sparingly, Gemini, but that was pretty good. This prompt will definitely... that should work. Use Python's date time strip time to parse this new standardized string. Finally, update the current game time label with UI. Alright, let's see if that works. So there is no way for this app to automatically check for the date? Or that... I mean, yeah, it could totally do that. Just keep in mind, Sean, this is not today's date or time. But yeah, you could very, very easily tell the tool to just get the current date and time and put that in the tool. Like, it's very easy to do that. The only problem it's having a hard time with it is because it's using this date and time, April 30th, 1979. And then when I go to sleep, it'll say April, you know, I mean in game. Is there no way for this app to automatically check for the date? I mean, that's what it's trying to do, yeah. It's having a hard time because it's got year, a big number in the middle. It's expecting like a calendar date, like you'd write it out in like a report. It's not expecting it in this format where the year is up top in small text. There's a big giant number and then there's the month at the bottom. So it doesn't really know what to do with that. That's why we're trying to use Gemini to sort of coach it. Okay. All right. Define. Insert. Define. Insert. Okay. Define. Thinks it's 3G. So it's parsing that as 1979 3G April. The first time was 00 April. So it seems to understand the April. Okay. What if I zoom out a little bit? Define. Okay. Okay, it seems to have worked. So it seems to think the date and time. Oh, wait. Do we have progress? Hang on. 1979, 04. It says 03. So it's got it backwards. So... Okay. Add a refresh button next to the current game date on the checks tab. This button should rescan the game date, update it accordingly. I wonder if there's a font package you could make this tool recognize different characters from. You know, OCR has a hard time with strange fonts, which is why it's probably going to have a hard time with this. It can definitely read something like this, you know. Sorry, I'm not sharing the right screen. It could definitely read something like this. But as soon as I try to, like, get it to read this, or probably this, it's gonna have a hard time. Because it's gonna really struggle to recognize what it means. Okay. Okay. Error parsing lines. Okay. After the user clicks the refresh button from the previous step, should also display the new date in the current game date area on the checks tab. Who would have thought this would be so difficult? I'm at hour number 3 now, and we haven't even gotten really any functionality working here. We have a nice looking concept, right? But nothing functions yet. It's all just candy floss. Okay, it's not updating this yet. Define. Expected 3 lines for date, but found 2. Raw text. Define. Define. What if I just do this? Does that work? 1979 AL. April 1979. April 30th. Come on, it says 30 right in the frickin' middle. It's like it doesn't know that that's a 30. It kind of reads the date a little bit. Awaiting definition. It's going to be awaiting a lot of definitions. All right. Let's go back to here. Okay. Unfortunately, the game uses a font is rather tricky for OCR to read. It's a Eastern European game, so a lot of the fonts look a little odd. Can you help configure the OCR used in this tool so that it is able to recognize the text even it isn't common font that you'd see every day? I think the 3 and 30 is throwing it off. Yeah, it looks exactly. Yeah, you're right, Sean. I need to try to get the OCR to maybe not be as strict about exactly what it thinks is going on here. Not actually editing game code, making a tool. Exactly, yeah. If the date is considered a field already in the program, use statement to compare. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, we're trying to rip the date. You absolutely can. This is a classic challenge with OCR. Let's add more advanced image processing. Yes, let's do that. Let's do that. All right. The best way to solve it is by giving OCR Engine Tesseract more specific instructions. We'll do this in 2 steps. First, by cleaning the image to make the character stand out. Then secondly, by telling Tesseract to only look for characters that are relevant to the date. To a date. Now, let's configure Tesseract. Okay. After Ada applies these 2 prompts, your tool's ability to read the unique fonts. Will this change to ability to read text program elsewhere as well? Okay. Yeah, so I'll improve the ability to... Okay. Alright, sounds good. Let's try it. Alright, so... define. Right? Ooh. It thought it was 14 something. All right, let's try again. Define. We'll start out here. We'll go down to here. Oof, gross. Not even close. Rough, dude. Very rough. Alright, let's try again. Define. Raw text. Par all. Dude, that's not good, man. That's so bad. Alright. Top left, bottom right. Okay. That was not successful. The OCR still struggles to get the date of the game. The console says the tool and the checks tab tool still says current game date not set. Ba, 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 bum. That error message is incredibly helpful. It shows we are very close. Are we though? Are we very close? The error parsing data from lines tells us OCR is successfully reading the image but is making a critical mistake. It's misinterpreting the number 30 as a non-sequential string of. The reason our previous fix doesn't work is that our character waitlist was too broad. It allowed the OCR to guess O and of when it should have been forced into choose the numbers. The solution: specialized OCR function. Okay. I mean, we can try that. Let's create a more specialized OCR function just for reading numbers. Duplicate the existing read text from area function and rename the new one to read numbers from area. In this new read numbers from area function, change the tesseract configuration. This tells tesseract to treat the image as a single line of text and only recognize digits. The final precise date parsing logic. Now we'll tell the main date reading function to use our new specialized tool. Yeah, but then it won't be able to read April, will it? Take a single screenshot, crop the screenshot into 3 smaller separate images. One for the year, one for the day, and one for the month. Call the read numbers from area function year. Call the read numbers from area for the day. Call the original read text from area, which I'll let us for the month. Combine the 3 clean results to parse the final date. If that works, I would be pretty surprised. That sounds really complicated. This new approach is much more robust. By telling OCR this specific part of an image can only be numbers, you eliminate its possibility of an incorrect guess like of, forcing it to correctly identify 30. This should permanently fix the date reading issue. How could you just tell it to take a screenshot and turn it into 3 screenshots, though? I don't understand. I mean, I'll try it. Since you're so confident and all, I'll try it, but I don't know how that's going to work. I mean, let's go for it, I suppose. Bum 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 bum. Define. Insert. Insert. Okay. Okay, so it thinks that the date is 1974, April 3rd. But it's supposed to be 30. Okay, that's good. Day 3. Okay. It still wasn't. Here is the image from the debug. And here is message in the console. Add file. Debug date crop. Okay. It also got the year wrong. Yeah, it said 1974, and it's 1979. I mean, I'm glad that it's getting closer, but it's just not really accurate yet. It's not 1974, it's 1979. You've hit on the head again. The console log is the perfect clue. Looking at your debug code, the date is actually... See, Gemini is actually smart enough to read it. Looking at your debug image, the date is actually April 30th, 1979. This tells us 2 things. OCR is misreading 30 as 3. It's also misreading 1979 to 1974. This is a classic character separation problem. Because of the font style and 3D effect, the 3 and 0 are close together, it sees them as a shape. It makes a best guess with the 3. Help the AI separate the characters. Okay. I mean, sure, let's try it. To fix this, we need to add one final image processing step. We're going to use the technique called morphological transformation, specifically erosion and dilation, to make the characters thinner, which helps separate them, and then make them bold again so that they're easier to read. Here's the new prompt to give Aider. This is a very common technique used to improve OCR accuracy on difficult images. Alright, let's see if it works. Okay. Launch tool. Okay. Define. It's still incorrect. It still thinks it's 1974. All right. It still thinks it's 1974 instead of 1979. And still think it's the 3rd instead of the 30th. Let me just see if I mess with the area at all. Let's go way up to here. Way down to there. Does that do anything? 1974. It seems to got the number correct. No, it didn't. Wait, what? Does not match the format. So it doesn't even have a guess. Year 1974, day 30, month. It doesn't seem to know. All right, let's. What if we like redefine it as like something like this? So we just go from like. What's the here? We just go from like here to like here. Oof, that's ugly. Define. Oof, that's really bad. Alright, let's go back to what I had going before. We'll just go from like over here to like the top left to like the bottom right. Ooh, that's actually closer. Actually got the year right now. It says 1979. So, I don't know. It could seem to do a better job. It still thinks it's the 3rd instead of the 30th, though. What if I refresh it? It doesn't know. 1979 again? I don't know. I don't know. 1979. Okay. All right. Well, we got some progress there. Okay. Might have helped a little, but it still needs some work. Here is the debug screenshot. Here is the console output. Yeah, that was a dark one. It shouldn't matter, though. Maybe it does. I don't know. Excellent. The good news is OCR correctly read the year and the month. The only remaining problem is it's still misreading 30 as 3. This means our previous fixes helped a lot, but we need one final more advanced technique to separate the last two numbers. Subtle shadows. Okay, the issue is 3D embossed effect on the numbers. Adaptive thresholding. Alright. Okay. The OCR is still having trouble with the day. Let's replace the simple threshold with a more advanced adaptive threshold. Modify the read numbers from area function. Find the line that uses CD threshold. Replace it with CV3 adaptive threshold. The new line should look like this. After applying the adaptive threshold, add a line to invert the image, which can help OCR performance. Keep the upscaling and morphological transformation from before, as they should be applied to this new, cleaner image. Okay. That sounds like magic to me, but we'll see. Define. Okay. Insert. Insert. Error. Missing one or more data components. Year, day, month. Oh my. Oh my. What happened there? What does the debug screenshot look like? Okay. I did programming for years in various languages. It can be a PETA. Yeah, that sounds like a very long process. Okay. Okay. That did not seem to work. I don't know why, but it is no longer getting any information in the screenshot. What captured and the console. Okay. Debug. Okay, and paste. All right. My goodness, thank you very much for the new follows. Hope everyone's having a great night. Most functions are always the same. We do a lot of copy-paste and changes as needed. You've provided the perfect clue again. The new error tells us that the adaptive threshold was too aggressive and accidentally erased the numbers completely. It's like turning the contrast up so hard the text disappears. My apologies for that. Okay. Let's take a step back and use a smarter, more reliable method. We were on the right track with a simple black and white threshold, but we were guessing the brightness level. We can tell the tool to figure out the perfect brightness level on its own using a method called Otsu's binarization. This technique automatically finds the optimal contrast point to separate the text from the background, which is perfect for handling the subtle shadows in your game's font. Here is the final refined prompt. Okay. This will be the last major image processing technique in our toolbox for this kind of problem. By letting the algorithm determine the perfect threshold for itself, we should get a clean, readable image for OCR every time. Okay. All right. All right. Define. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay, doesn't look like that worked. Let's see what the screenshot looks like. The date is very clear. Okay. Define. Okay. No luck. It's still not able to get any info. Actually, it got some. It's getting info from the screenshot, but it's still incomplete and inaccurate. Here is the debug screenshot and the console. Okay, so we're gonna add the debug cropped. Okay. Paste. Gemini broke it. You were so close, Gemini. You were so close. You were right there, Gemini. You're absolutely right to be frustrated. We've tried all the standard automated cleanup tricks, and the stylized font is still winning. The console log confirms it. The AI is making mistakes. 1979 becomes 1974, seeing nothing at all. This means it's time to stop letting AI guess and instead give you direct control. The problem. The core issue is finding the perfect black and white contrast point to separate text from background. The automated methods we've tried so far are all making the wrong guess. Solution, a manual threshold slider. We will add a simple slider to the setup screen. This will let you visually find the perfect contrast level for yourself. You'll move the slider until the date and in the preview window looks perfectly clear and readable. And then save that setting. This is a much more reliable method. Okay. You can do that. Display the slider's current value. Threshold 127. Live preview logic. Now we'll make the slider interactive. When you move it, you'll see a live preview. Oh, wow. With what the AI sees? Really? You can do that? OCR, when it comes to weird text like this, isn't very good. It may start directing you towards AI vision models, which, yes, would be better and more responsive, but it's going to get a lot more complicated. Well, so far, it's just trying to get me to fine-tune it, which is nice. Saving and using the custom threshold. Nice. Okay, so we're doing that right now. Okay, of course. I will add the OCR fine-tuning slider. Okay. Now we'll make the slider interactive. When you move it, you'll see a live preview of what the AI sees. Okay. Saving and using the custom threshold. Finally, we'll save the perfect threshold value and tell OCR functions to use it. Okay. This new approach puts you in control of the most reliable way. This new approach puts you in control and is the most reliable way to handle difficult, stylized fonts in games. You'll be able to visually tune the OCR for a perfect result every time. OCR gets better when it knows what font is used and can actually match the text to it, but it's not trivial to do. You'd first have to figure out what fonts the game uses and where. Yeah, exactly. Not exactly easy to do. I'm kind of interested to see what this slider and preview thing looks like. That's kind of neat. Sounds complicated. Of course, I will implement this live preview. Okay. Can you do it? Hello, Clanker? Answer me. Did we just get a sub? Caboose, thank you for the gifted sub. I appreciate that. You gifted one earlier.
3 gifted a tier 1 subscription to
You gifted 2 earlier, I think. I don't know. No, you subbed and then you gifted 2 earlier. Or you subbed and you gifted earlier. Thank you very much, Caboose. I appreciate the continued support. Would be easy if in the game directory there's a folder where all the fonts in the game. Well, I mean, sure, yeah. Totally. But that wouldn't be any fun. Ba 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 ba. No 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 no. Come on, you clanker. Give me back the I gave you a prompt. Give me lines of code. How many lines of code is this now? Are we over 1,000 lines of code yet? Oh yeah, we're well over 1,000 lines of code. We're almost at 1,100 lines of code. More code, more code, more code. I haven't even gotten my first person yet at the checkpoint. How am I supposed to crush this game if I can't even open the checkpoint for business because you can't even get the time and the date right? I would probably tell the AI to separate this into multiple files. It'll make it faster at responding to as it's having to read everything every time. You know what? You're probably right. Yeah, it's probably why it's taking a while. It's like 1,000 lines of code now. What's it written update? It's really just main.py at this point. But it's only 46 kilobytes. It's just the screenshot. What is the screenshot? This is just a screenshot of the whole screen. I don't remember taking that, but yeah, put them into wrappers. Good idea. Wow. Bum 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 bum. Okay. So we now have an OCR fine-tuning threshold over here. Oops, sorry, flashbang. Okay, so define Okay. The problem is, this is what the threshold looked like, and it doesn't seem to matter how severe of a threshold. I mean, it does make the 7 look strange. I can definitely see that the 7 looks odd, but, like, it should be reading that. What if I do, like, define? I just go, like, crazy. Like, I'm, like, way up here to, like, way down here. What'll it do? Top left. Okay. I don't quite understand how to adjust the fine-tuning point. It seems like it doesn't do anything. It's almost like the just did something. It's like, now it's like black screen. So it's like, I don't know, it's like not... The slider doesn't seem to be updating live, you know what I mean? So it seems like this... Okay. Okay. I think I understand what's happening here. Okay. The OCR fine tuning slider seems to be implemented. However, it does not seem to adjust when I adjust the slider. Instead, I have to adjust the slider and then redefine game date area for the tool to use the new OCR fine-tuning threshold. Can you update? Can you give prompt to update? Give me prompts. Update tool so that as soon as I adjust the OCR fine tuning slider, the tool immediately rechecks most recent debug screenshot of the most recently defined area with that new thresh. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I should have to redefine the game date location every time I want the tool to re-check the threshold. You're correct. You've identified a major flaw. Having to redefine the area just to see the slider's effect is slow and inefficient. The fix is to make the slider alive. When you move it, it should immediately reprocess the last image captured to show you... Yeah, that's right. make that happen. Close that. Okay. Okay. Create a new function called Update OCR Preview to provide live feedback. Check if debug date crop file exists. If not, it should do nothing. If the file exists, load that cropped image. Get the image integer value. Apply a simple binary threshold to the image using the slider's value. Display the resulting black and white image. Crucially, it must then run the read from text area functions on this new processed image. Update the main current game date label with the live OCR result. Prompt 2. Connect the slider to the live function. Now, we need to tell the slider to run a new function every time you move it. Okay. Okay, go do that thing. Do it. After Aider completes these prompts, your setup workflow will be exactly what you want. You'll define the process. You'll define the date area once, and then you can simply move the slider back and forth, watching the current game date label change in real time until the ACR finally gets it perfectly right. Boy, you seem real confident again. I gotta tell you, Gemini, you have a way of sounding so confident. The font for the 30. The font for the 30 date is Disgil LP Regular. Okay. Maybe I can just tell it that, and that might help. Da, 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 da. Oh, okay. So these... Okay, cool. I can actually see it getting more accurate. So too high, it's all black. Okay. So we want to try to get it somewhere around here, I think. Okay. And the user to the refresh button. That's okay. All right. We'll try this. If this does not work, even if it does work, we should probably use Brock's suggestion to tell it that it's using... Brock, do you know, is the rest of the date using that font as well? Or is it literally just the day font that uses that font? Looks to be the whole thing. Okay. Okay. 1379. I assure you, it's not 1379. $18.79. If I go back in the tool here and I just start messing with this. So I don't want to get too cloudy. You go for the farther to the left you go, the less you see. You start going too far and it starts thinking it's that 19 is an 18. So it's a delicate dance. Right now it's 110. I'm gonna try 118. Thinks it's 1879 again. All right, so let's try Rochester. It is still not very accurate. You figure That's an excellent and very specific piece of information. Knowing the font name is a huge advantage. You can't just tell Tesseract the name of the font, but you can do something much more powerful. You can train a custom OCR model specifically on that font. Okay. The workflow. You would use Tesseract's training tools to create a new language data file based on Destial LP regular font. This involves creating a sample images of all characters in that font and running them through a training process. This is an advanced step, but there are many guides online if you search Tesseract OCR training. Use the custom model once you have your train data file. You just need to tell your Python script to use it. Here's a prompt to give Adder to make that change. So it's not doing it for me. Please ensure you have created the test data folder. Gemini just tells you, just do this part yourself. Yeah, you can just, there's many tutorials online. Unfortunately, I understand that you want to create a custom Tesseract OCR training file. Train for DSJ LP regular. Unfortunately, creating a training Tesseract model is a specialized process that is outside the scope of what I can do. It involves generating image data from the font file, creating box files and map characters to their coordinates, and then compiling those into binary. Train data file using Tesseract's command line and training modules. As a text-based AI, I cannot create binary assets or execute these kinds of external data generation tools. However, I can confirm that the code we're currently written is perfectly set up to use your custom model once you created it. Great, great. To proceed, you would need to perform Tesseract training process yourself and place a resulting train data file into the... Can you just look online, find a custom model based on that font and download and use that instead? just look online, dude. I understand you're asking if I can find and download a pre-trained model for that font. Unfortunately, I'm unable to do that. As an AI model, I don't have the ability to browse the internet, search for or download files. My capabilities are limited to generating and modifying code. I don't have the time or energy to train such a model myself. Can you download a model trained on that? I'll be honest, Gemini. I don't have the time or energy to do that. You do it. Listen here, you little clanker, alright? No, I can't download a pre-trained model for that font. As an AI, I don't have the ability to browse the web. You son of a bitch. Let's try one file powerful prompt. This kitchen sink approach applies to the sequence of cleaning steps. Okay. This is a kitchen sink approach, okay. This is the kitchen sink. We can still solve this by using a more advanced combination of image processing techniques. The previous attempts were close, but didn't combine the best methods in the right order. Okay. An AI that can't browse the web. Replace the existing image processing steps with a function. Following sequence. Okay. It says it's the best process, so we'll see. Define. Okay, and okay. Okay, that didn't do anything. That didn't do anything at all. That error is the key. It's a leftover from a previous prompt. It's easy to fix. Okay. The tool is crashing because it looks like a custom font model that doesn't exist. You expected me to do all this stuff. It's not working. Because you expected me to, like, train an AI model based on some font I don't have. Thanks very much. That was useless. Get all that out of here. This will tell the tool to use Tesseract's default. This will tell the tool to use Tesseract's default language model, which will resolve the crash. After Aider applies this change, the error will be gone, and the tool will use the default OCR engine on a highly cleaned up image, which should give you the most accurate results possible without needing a custom trained model. Oh, that's great. I kind of wish you just started off with that. Gemini's bubbly optimism is annoying sometimes. I know, right? This kitchen sink approach will result in a highly refined and much more reliable and robust system. The shit doesn't work still. I'm getting the same fucking error message I've been getting over the last 3 hours, Gemini. Oops, you're right. You're absolutely right to be frustrated, but I have the fix right here. You're absolutely right, but we could do this and it will definitely fix it. Okay, Gemini, I trust you. It's still not fucking working, Gemini. Okay, I definitely understand that that's frustrating, but we have the fix now. Surely. Surely this will fix it. Okay, let's see. Insert. 1979-0402. It thinks it's April 2nd? Okay. Month, it got the month and the year correct. It thinks the day is the 2nd for some reason. Story of any vibe code session. Okay, so if I adjust this a little bit. We're at 121, I think. Any farther than that, it starts to go a little wonky. Yeah, I think we're going to stick with 121. Okay. Okay. Here is the latest debug screenshot as well as the console. Okay, so we're going to tell it that we've got that screenshot and let's see. Game coordinates. Getting game data. You start off great, then end up with one minor bug, then try to fix the minor bug, only end up with a heap of new ones, about 10 changes you never asked for. That's fantastic feedback. The console log and debug image tells exactly what we need to do. Detected year. We've made huge progress. The tool now correctly reading the year and month. The only remaining error is that it's misreading the 3:30 as a 2. This is a very common OCR issue. When the 0 is so stylized, the AI is ignoring it. Okay. All of the complex image cleaning we've been doing is clearly not helping enough. It's time for a different strategy. Instead of changing the image, Let's change the brain of the OCR engine. The solution: a smarter OCR engine mode. Tesseract has different engine modes. The default one is fast, but a more modern one, called LSTM, is much better at recognizing unusual or stylized fonts. We can tell the tool to use this smarter engine. Here's the prompt for Aider. This change is simple, but the most powerful one we can make. Okay, let's see if that mattered at all. Okay. All right. All right, doesn't seem to be off to a good start. Let's try again. Define. Okay. Insert. Insert. All right. It's year 2. It appears to think it's year 2. Okay. 27, 121. It thinks that says year 2, apparently. 1379. Okay. What? Where did it get that from? I guess because I tweaked the, okay. Okay. Define. Okay. Coordinates saved. This guy's been waiting at the checkpoint for 4 hours. This poor guy's been sitting at the checkpoint like, are they ever going to let me in? Are they ever going to let me in? The most powerful change known to mankind did not fix it. That console log is the final piece of the puzzle. Yay! It shows that the advanced OCR engine, OEM1, is actually performing worse on this font than a simpler default engine. My apologies for sending you down that rabbit hole. We've tried every automated trick in the book, and it's clear that a single one-size-fits-all approach isn't working because the year, day, and month are styled so differently. The final, definitive solution: divide and conquer. We need to stop treating the date as one image and start treating it like 3 separate problems. We will use the manual threshold slider you already have, but we'll apply it to each part of the date individually. This is the most robust and reliable method. Here's the final prompt to give Aider. This will refactor the tool to give much more precise divide and conquer strategy. Okay. There's Gemini with its unconquerable optimism again. This will definitely do it. The final prompt for Aider. The current OCR strategy is not working. We need to refactor the get current game date function to process each part of the date individually using a manually tuned threshold. First, revert the read text from area and read number from area functions to their simplest, most reliable state. They should only convert the image to grayscale, then apply a simple binary threshold using the value from a UI slider. Remove all other processing steps like upscaling, erosion, or otsus. The Tesseract config should be PSM-7 OEM3-C. Okay. Next, completely overhaul the get current game date function. It must now take a screenshot of the main date area defined by the user, programmatically crop the main area into 3 smaller distinct images based on their relative positions. One for the top third, year, one for the middle third, day, and one for the bottom third, month. Call read number from area year on the year crop. Call read number on the from area on the day crop. Call read text from area on the month crop. Combine the 3 results to parse the final date. This new approach allows the user to use the slider to find the perfect threshold that makes the numbers readable, ensuring the correct OCR result for the most difficult part of the image. Okay, sounds good. Claude is better than Gemini for programming. Yeah, but don't you have to pay for Claude? Somebody recommended Claude earlier. Not earlier today. I mean, like, last month or something. And I'm pretty sure I went so far as to try to set it up, and it was like, hey, cool, just swipe your credit card here, and it was like, dumb. I'm not doing that. I forget what there was some limitation with Claude that was just ridiculous. I'm not doing it. Okay. Here we are. Okay. Define. Insert. Insert again. Okay, it thinks it's 1879. How is this even supposed to work? Okay, we're gonna go to 109, okay? Refresh. 1879 still. It thinks it's April, but it doesn't know what the day is. Okay, I'm not sure how I'm supposed to, like... I don't know, like... It still didn't seem to help. Here is what we got that time. Okay. That. Okay. Getting game. Oops. Oops. Let me try one more time. Maybe I messed it up. Am I still in the games? Yeah. Python main.py. Back to Gemini, and here. $18.79. Day 680. Close. Close. It's almost 680. Month April. The console log is fascinating. It shows the OCR is trying its best, but is getting wildly confused by the 3D effect on the font's shape. Reading a 30 as a 680 is a clear sign the current OCR engine, Tesseract, is fundamentally not suited for this specific visual style. We've exhausted all the standard tricks to help clean up the image for Tesseract. It's time to switch to a more powerful tool. the solution, a modern OCR engine. We're going to switch from PyTesseract to a modern AI-based OCR library called Easy OCR. It's generally much better at reading stylized in the wild text right out of the box. I did say this would happen, often without needing any complex image pre-processing. Yay, okay. Let's do it, Gemini. Hey, when you're vibe coding, there's only one answer, and that's yes. And we are vibe coding, so yes, do that thing. Do the thing you said you'd do. All right. Here's the new prompts for Get 8 are swapping out the OCR engine. First, we need to add Easy OCR to the project and initialize it when the tool starts. Okay. OCR is a huge computer problem, and basically AI vision models are the best, but even then you need to train them quite heavily. Yeah. So funny, struggle so hard to actually read a very clear and simple text. Yeah, it seems simple, but it's actually really hard to get AI to read that kind of stuff. Oh my gosh. Create a new, smarter reading function. Now we'll create a new function that uses Easy OCR to read text. This will replace our old read text from area and read numbers from area functions. Copy. They're obsolete. They are obsolete. Those dinosaurs. The way Gemini speaks is very sanity draining. You're absolutely right. Maybe that's why I enjoy vibe coding. I don't know. I've been literally for 4 hours. I haven't even launched the game. I mean, I've launched the game. I haven't even let one person in this checkpoint. I'm sitting here at this checkpoint. Not one person has come to this checkpoint because I'm still vibe coding. Now, create a new function called Easy OCR. Finally, we'll tell our main date reading function to use our new powerful OCR tool. This is a major upgrade to the tool's vision. By switching to a more advanced OCR engine, we should see a dramatic improvement in its ability to read the game's unique font correctly. Yay! We should see a dramatic improvement. Just got to get with Gemini's vibe and it'll all flow from there. Vibe party! Yeah, we're just not vibing hard enough, you know? It would totally work if we were just vibing hard enough. If we're vibe coding and failing, we're just not vibing hard enough. More vibes. That's all we need, more vibes. I've got jelly beans. Maybe that'll help. Because yes, I'm an adult. When I walk into a store in August and I see a box of jelly beans, I can just buy them because I'm an adult and there's nobody to tell me I can't have those jelly beans. There's no one to tell me, that's a horrible idea. You're an adult. You shouldn't be buying jelly beans for yourself, okay? Those are for children. Look, they're colorful little balls of sugar. You should be buying those for a child somewhere. Better yet, stay away from them. You're an adult. But I'm the adult, so I just told that voice in my head, shut up, I'm buying those jelly beans. And now I have jelly beans. No one will know. So what if they do know? They'll know that I'm an adult and I make my own decisions And if those decisions include me buying a giant box of jelly beans for myself and sharing them with absolutely no one, then so be it. I'm an adult. I can do that. If I want to spend $9 on a giant tub of jelly beans to only sit there and eat like 5 or 6 a day, and that'll probably last me until next June, then that's a decision I can make. And nobody can stop me, because I'm an adult. So there. Just think about that. You guys sub to me, right? Most of you. Some of you. Just think about some of your sub money from some point in the past went towards me buying a giant tub of jelly beans in the middle of the summer for myself, not to share with anyone, not to split with anyone or for some kind of party or special thing. Literally just saw a thing of jelly beans and I was like, oh, I think I'll buy that. So I did. Jelly bean police, hands up. They'll never take me alive. A sub? No thanks. Alright. Let's, I guess try this new process out. This new robust process that Gemini is so confident about. Okay. Here we go. Alright, let's see if this works. Define. Insert. Insert. What? Wait a second. What? Wait a second. It was right immediately. First try. It was... okay, cool. Alright, that was... pretty cool. Alright. That was surprisingly accurate. Let's go ahead and, okay. That worked perfectly. I'd like to make sure that same capture method is utilized. All fields. Oops. Couldn't be a fluke. Surely if it worked, that means it worked perfectly and it won't, you know, it won't ever not be perfect. Excellent. That's the perfect next step. Now that we have a proven accurate method for reading the date, we should apply that same powerful for everything else. Final refactoring prompt. Now that this is working perfectly. This will ensure that all the OCR functions are consistent, reliable, and can handle the game's unique font. Here is a single comprehensive prompt to give Aider. This will refactor the entire application to use new superior OCI method for everything. All right. All right. I have analyzed your request to refactor all OCR functions. Upon a thorough review of the main.py file you provided, it appears that this refactoring has already been successfully completed in previous steps. Here's a summary of the current code requirements. Since the current code already implements the desired architecture, no changes are necessary to fulfill this request. Okay. Now, walk me through the most efficient workflow to check someone checkpoint with this tool. All right, we're gonna try taking someone through the checkpoint and see. Now that we actually have the date working, we'll try to accept someone through the checkpoint. It's really not worth it to have someone go in the checkpoint if you can't tell it what the game is. Okay, car pulls up. Reset your tool. Review the regulations. Okay. Glance at the tool's UI to make sure the rules are set. Enter regulations or current set. Yep, okay. Did I already have it open? Okay. Okay. Here we go. Okay. We've got flu attack. Okay, so how does this work? Setup? There's like so much for this tool, dude. You have to define a bazillion things. Enter vehicle name, image template, capture image. Okay. Enter variant. Okay. Stamp. Paper name. Paper name? Checks. Verify regulations. Manual facts. Has card. True. Okay, so we'll say some of the fields the tool expects user to type in are a little intimidating. For example, the manual, the today's entry regulations, and manual facts. The enter vehicle. Can you change those to okay. If it works once, it should work forever. Me seeing 1 kilogram bag of M&Ms. They really are for handing out to kids at Halloween, and I'm an adult, and I really don't do Halloween. Also me, I'm an adult, and I want them. Exactly. You get me, Batty Dad. Exactly. I want them, and who can stop me? And it's like Kevin McAllister in Home Alone. I'm staying up late and watching rubbish. I'm eating rubbish and watching all kinds of filth on TV. Somebody come out and stop me. Somebody should really come out and stop me from doing this. You having like a banana split on the couch at like 2 in the morning, watching like a rated R movie or something. Somebody come out and stop me. Best Christmas music. Yeah, it's a pretty good Christmas movie. Merry Christmas, you filthy animal. 1, 2, 10. Keep the change, you filthy animal. Or is it Merry Christmas? I forget what he says. Anyways, there we go. Vehicle types are here. What's the, today's entry regulations? Alright. You may be correct. I can't. It's been so long. I don't remember. All right. So, enter regulations. Flu shot. Flu shot 2 weeks ago. Prior. Okay, and I have to go back over here again and set the date again, I guess. Or maybe I can just hit refresh and go in game. Dude, it actually got it again and nailed it. It actually nailed it. That's pretty cool. All right. All right, so this is important, and if this is the most important and efficient phase. The moment the driver hands you their documents, you can clear almost every check without leaving your seat. Run all automated checks with the documents visible on your screen. Press the hotkey for your master document check. That's the one that runs the date-sensitive checks. This single key press will trigger the tool automatically. What's the... Okay, we need to... We're not ready. We're not ready. Where's the, monitor? Okay, so... On the checks tab, display the hotkey for the various checks next to name of their associated check, so the user knows what to press to have. Add a new tab for hotkeys, so the user see all of the current hotkeys. Add a new edit button next to each hotkey, so that the user can redefine hotkeys. If they want to. Alright, we're going to make sure that there's some buttons here that we can reconfigure. I don't know what buttons these are supposed to be right now, so. They made like 5 Home Alone movies, I think. I think they only made 2 or 3 with Macaulay Culkin. But they did, I think they did like 2 or 3 more Home Alone movies with some other child actors. Surprisingly, I'm pretty sure they sucked. And nobody watched them. Thank you for the new follows. Appreciate it. Okay. Wow. I guess that affects a lot of things. That affects a whole lot of stuff. La 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 la. The LLM did not conform to the edit format. Oh, that's a shame. You didn't? Okay, I'm getting an error message. Add dynamic hotkey management system with UI tab and redefinition. Bum, 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 bum. The search section must exactly match the existing block of lines, including all white space, comments, indentation, and doc strings. Okay, well then you should probably fix that, right? What are you telling me for, Clanker? I wonder if the new one will be good. Wait, there's gonna be... Wait, what? The new one? What are you talking about? They should do one with Macaulay Culkin as the parent. They really should. I'd watch that. Get Macaulay Culkin back as an adult. He's got a kid. There's supposed... Wait, what? There's a new one with Macaulay Culkin? No. You're trolling me. My apologies. I incorrectly blah 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 blah. What do you mean you've been rate? What do you mean you rate limited me? Nobody rate limits me. How dare you? What do you mean? The API provider has rate limited me. You filthy clanker. And you waited until my stream was about to end naturally anyway, and then you decided to pull this shenanigans. Dude, I've been getting so many follows lately. I'm actually getting perilously close to 98,000. I'm like 220 subs away from 98,000. Can you imagine if someday we've reached 100,000 100,000 followers? Woo-wee! Wow. What is this supposed to... What is this? Yes? I'm not sure how to answer that question. What is this trying to be? What is this trying to say? Waiting for Gemini again? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Bing bong, bing bong, fix the error. You messed it up, but you can't fix it. Bing bong, bing bong. Bing 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 bong. Kevin is a bandit robbing Christmas now. Life didn't go his way, and now he's one of the sticky. He's living the legacy of the sticky finger bandits. You can't have missed the news that New Home Alone is on its way. Disney has wasted no time after nabbing the franchise from Fox. Disney has it now and producing another movie about a kid grievously injuring a bunch of idiotic criminals for Disney Plus streaming service. Naturally, though, a generation of fans who grew up loving the original two films have criticized the studio for continuing the series without Macaulay Culkin. But it seems the actor may return after all. There's no sign of it. I'm assuming this is like a pre-production thing or something, because there's no hint of it on anywhere on the internet. You exceeded your current quota. Yeah, I definitely will. I'll totally check that. Alright, guys, well, it looks like we're rate limited, so I guess we'll try again maybe tomorrow or the next day. We'll get back to it. But for now, we're hitting a wall. So we'll end it here. We'll try to raid someone. My goodness, who streams at this late at night? I think I saw Blue Mist streaming. I'm not sure if no, I think he ended his stream. You know, I don't know anyone who's streaming right now. I think Occam Saber is streaming. Honestly, I don't know who to raid these days. It's like, oh, that's so sad. There's less than like 50 viewers right now watching Unscripted. Oh man. I mean, to be honest, it's not much better on NoPixel. There's only like one streamer with more than 100 viewers. Oof. Dude, that is sad, dude. That is really sad. That is really sad. Probably, let me guess, Prodigy is probably blown up. Let me see. Prodigy. Can I even... How do you even do that? Streams? Is there a Prodigy has root? Yeah, Prodigy is much better. Yeah, they got several streamers with hundreds of viewers. Not as many as I would thought, but they've got at least 100 more viewers than NoPixel, and they've got like 100 more people on the server too. Third row all the way to the left was Blue Mist. Third Mist. Oh, on my. Oh, he's offline though. These are. Wait, is he live? Oh, he is live. Okay, for some reason I thought that was a. I thought that was like a. Not live thing. Meowdlin's not live, is she? Just making sure. Shappy's one of Penta's mods, I think. Whoa, everyone's so much more impressive than me.
I'm fucking mad.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
You're a Shappy viewer?
1, 2, 3. 1.
I think we just raided Blue. Actually, I don't want to raid people back to back. Wait, who? Are these all recommended? I don't know who these people are. If I were to choose between Occam's or Shappy, who would you prefer to raid? Nova Berries is so cool too. Beep ba beep bop beep bop beep. Skiddly beep bop beep bop. Skidip bop 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 boop.
I'm a scat man. I'm a scat
All right. We're gonna go figure. We're gonna go say hi to Shappy. He's got a.
Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. Everybody's saying that the scat man stutters but does.
Have you seen this guy, by the way, the Scat Man?
But what you don't know, I'm gonna tell you right now that the stutter and the scat is the same thing. Yo, I'm the scat man. Where's the scat man? I'm the scat man. Why should we be pleasing any politician using to try to cheat the seasons if they could?
I know, isn't it great? It's pretty awesome. All right, guys. I'll see you guys tomorrow night. Have a fantastic night. Thank you very much for your for coming along with me while we vibe code tonight. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye, Batty Dan. See you later, LSSJ Ben. Peace out. I'm covered. Bye, Mini Crush. Peace out, LSSJ Ben. Thanks for the help, Brock. You guys are awesome.
Everybody stutters one way or the other, so check out my message to you. As a matter of fact, I don't let nothing hold you back. If the scat man can do it, so can you. I hear you all ask out the meaning of scat. Well, I'm the professor, and all I can tell you is why you're still sleeping, the saints are still weeping, because things you call dead haven't yet had the chance to be born.
Hey, Matt.
I'm the scat
You're from
man.
Apollo, dude. How you doing tonight? Hey,
Backup.
Ripster raid.